Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Flying with Mike. Hope you all had a great weekend. Hope you all also didn't forget to change your clocks, those of us in the United States that do. If so, you're finding yourself an hour ahead of everyone. Sometimes a good thing, a lot of times not the greatest. But anyway, welcome in, folks. It is back to standard time in the US. I actually kind of prefer standard time. I hate the switching to this hour ahead stuff. I just wish we'd leave it at standard and be with the rest of the world, but it is what it is. So we sit in Hawaii. As the title preempts us, we are in paradise, so they say. And I haven't seen that much since, well, we're not going to paradise this year, so compliments of the state of Hawaii. Thank you, sir. So we're going to fly out, get away from Hawaii, and as I said, head to a city of angels. Yeah, right. Anyway, it's called Los Angeles. So why don't we take a look? We're at the 707-120 once again, and let you all get a nice look at the old Pan Am days. I know many of you are going, Pan who? Yeah, pretty much. That's who Pan American is. Gone by the late 80s. But Delta and United continue their routes in their uh, timetables. So they're the ones that absorbed them. So, but anyway, we're going to go ahead, get into the business end of the aircraft and get this show on the road because, to go from Hawaii to Los Angeles, folks, it's not a short hop. So the good thing is with the time change, we got to start an hour earlier. And get going. If you're still on daylight time, you'll catch us in an hour. But anyway, just kidding. So let's get rolling, shall we? Again, 707. Oh, wrong key. Always love doing that to y'all folks. Crew of 3. Back in those days, they put everybody to work. Captain in the right seat, right over here. He'd salute, but he's just, oh, I can't believe they made me work today. Next to him, the first officer. He's kind of the same way. Steve, 10163, welcome in, and thanks for the raid. We sure appreciate that. Bringing 7 Raiders with him. Hope y'all enjoy the 5-hour haul across the little pond between Paradise and the City of Angels. Not. But anyway, the first officer sits next to him. Those two kind of do some work in the flight, unless the guy behind him decides to go on strike and doesn't work, because he's the one that does it all. The first officer, and he's in charge of all of this, folks. Engines, pressurization, the whole 9 yards. All they got to do is worry about, are we on the right course, Muffy? That's about all they handle up front. So, but anyway, I do kid. They worked a little. Anyway, moving on. So let's get into this, do a quick pre-flight. And actually, hang on a second. This one, oh yeah, we're not even powered up. That would help. Let's get powered up here real quick. Let's bring the batteries on. Now, I like to open these up and turn them on to start with, so I just don't run into troubles later. Get the, and what these are connecting the electricity to the bus. Electric bus, and then we're on the ground power now. Yep, we're on external power. Get the galley power going and get air circulating into the plane. Hang on a second, getting these the way I had them set one day for night flying. Granted, probably won't see it, but there's a possibility coming into Los Angeles. That crazy guy in the tower from Airplane might be up there and go, oops, sorry, pulled the cord out. Let me put it back in. But that was Chicago. which would make more sense. And then these were the ones I really had to work at. Okay, I think I have them the way I had them back on yesterday's testing and getting things kind of sorted out in it. Good thing is we are daylight here, so we'll go ahead and just roll this out of 50,000 feet. That's a dream of a 707 flying that high, be it a pipe dream or not. All right, but again, welcome in Raiders from Steve 10163. We sure appreciate you. For some reason, I'm missing a screen. Ah, found it. There it is. All right. So we're now powered up. We have, and we'll look outside. We do have the lights on. The doors are opened. People were walking around in the dark getting on the plane, but that's okay. You know, little challenge here and there is good for the soul. So let's pull these two away. Let's bring up Sim Toolkit. Just work from here. All right. As you can see, we're now 11 minutes late. We're not too worried about that. Tomcat, welcome. Hope you're having a great day. And we're glad to have you Raiders in here. All right. Upload. Hoonigan, welcome in and thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate it. Hey, looking at the flight today, Honolulu, we're going to plan 8 left for the departure. I know if you got D-ATIS, you've looked at it, you're going to go, aren't they using the 4s? They might be, yeah, or 8 right. No, we're not making the long taxi. It's already long enough from the terminal out to 8 left. I'm not going all the way out to 8 right. So, load out. We're going to be putting 28,580 pounds in the plane. 119 brave souls, including those 7 from the Steve 10613 raid, or 163 raid. Sorry about that. Welcome aboard. We're in for a treat. And then we're going to put in 69, almost 70,000 pounds of fuel. All right, Mach 0.8 is going to be our flying. Now, they say 37,000. I think that's pushing this thing to, that's about where I like to fly at max. Pushing up to 39, I don't think I've had any good luck with it that high. So we'll keep it down at 37. That's why you saw me set, I think, at 35, because I'm keeping her down. The 707s may very well have flown that high, but I'm a little leery of it. So now you will see over here on the flight plan load sheet from SimBrief 707-320. That's because they don't have a 120 in SimBrief. So we use it. I've modified it for the weights that come with this plane and passenger load to give us what we need. All right, widen this out a little. There we go. All right, so we got Mach 0.8, 2,200 miles ahead of us, and a wind at our back at 312, wind speed of 29 knots. So, you know, get a little poof across the ocean. Fuel breakdown for those that like numbers. There you go. 11.6 is our goal. Getting on the ground no lower than at Los Angeles. Otherwise, we run into maybe some going below minimums to get over to Ontario on the other side of the city. And then here's our route, folks. Very simple. Going off to Molokai. Yes, Molokai, finally. Folks, I don't know how long it's been the Molokai 4 departure, but it's now been upgraded to a 5. And they threw an intermediate fix before you touch Fikes or Eber, Cody, or however you want to say that. And then you get on the radial or R577 Eckley or Elkey to Los Angeles. All right, so there you go, folks. Let's tuck this all away. And let me just see if the live map is behaving. It has not been behaving here. See if it is still being, it's still being problematic at best. Not showing the ETC. All right, we'll stick to that then. All right, so away with you, Sim Toolkit. All right, first thing you do, folks, when you come into this aircraft, open up. It's going to be here on the post, or, and I have a short key set up to it, here on the desk. Get your aircraft started up. So basically what you'll do, this aircraft has to have a GPU and an air card to start. Will not start any other way, folks. No APUs. Unless, of course, you go into Plane Maker and add one to it, but in the real world, they never had one. Later models, actually, it's funny because I've heard this is a later model of the 707, but the 727 was the first one to actually have an APU. So, and then the 707s over time got them. So, but for some reason, this is a later model, and, well, it is what it is. Gross weight. Let's go ahead and load this thing up. I am going to cheat a little and have my... All right, so let's go up here. Click weight and balance. Today, 28,580. 28,580. Internal fuel. Don't think 23,000's gonna make it pretty far past Molokai, no. All right, so we need 69,737 pounds of fuel. It is a gas hog. And done and apply. All right, we'll just do a quick looks back here. Looks like we're pretty well set up. Not sure if we really have center tank fuel or not. All right, well, we'll go with it. Hope for the best. Nice look from the passenger seat out over the captain's side of the aircraft, the left side. 1 and 2 engine right there. All right, so let's do it, shall we? First things up, let's get the GPS loaded here. See if I was smart. So, I was. Enter. Let's check that flight plan out. Cody, Eber, Eloy. Okay, looks good to me. Elke, there we go. All right, so it is in there. What I'm going to do now, first click there and get us over to the map. All right, now I'm going to click procedure. Something with X-Plane you can do with their GPSs, I don't remember being able to do in FSX. I won't speak for Musfuss because I don't have it. So, and no plans. Don't even try, folks. And yes, Hawker 125 is aboard, folks. Yeah, this, yeah, Hawker, this, yeah, I am flying this plane. We're not going into that. All right, so we'll click enter. Fancy. No, we're not going to fly that. We're going for the MKK5. off runway 8 left. Cody, however you want to say it. And enter. And then we can again extend the look here, vectors to Mokai, Lush, Coda, Eber. Good deal. All right, everything looks good to go here. Only thing left to do is come down to the radios and start programming. Okay, 122.95, okay, is in comp 2, 120.8, 119 standby. All right, and let me look at my chart real quick, get frequencies up here. Well, that's weird. I thought I put those in. All right, well, we'll put the SID in. Lokai 5. All right, now this is a bit of a unique departure. Let me revisit Sim Toolkit here. All right. Now you see a straight line going right over CKH up here on the GPS. All right. That's actually vectors to Molokai. And if I'm pronouncing it wrong, folks, my apologies. We look at Sim Toolkit here. Sorry, folks, having a hard time. There it is. Okay, so 14.8 is Honolulu. So we're going to come off 8. Pretty much turn to, I think it's about a usual heading of about 155. And we need to be above 2,500 feet off of the 240 radial from 13 or Cocoa Head. Not to be confused with Cocoa Puffs. All right, so that's what this box is all about. Then from here, we'll climb to 5,000 if under ATC. If not, we're going straight for 33 or 35. Direct Molokai. Off Molokai, we'll go to Blush, out to Cody, and then on to Eber, way out here. All of which can be tracked, as you can see. So that's why you could fly this completely off the VORs. Not a problem whatsoever. Most people won't. All right, so 122.8, we're going to put in, let me just check something here real quick, folks. Okay, so my DME will be right on this. Too many airplanes where things are a little bass-ackwards and make it hard. So 113.9. And 116 uno. Okay, so we got our radios all set. This is our autopilot we'll deal with in flight. Rudder and aileron trims below. All right, so we're ready to go. We got our final thing here. We need our runway is 079er. And what I'll do is initially I'll just take the OBS needle, set it, and then turn up. Go. And then I'll just set it for intercept, and then we'll turn on course. Actually, we'll just be planning to turn on course 090. Let's make it 100 to get over to Molokai to start with, and then head on from there. All right, and we're coming from here down Zulu to Alpha, out we go. All right, so let's do it. Cabin doors closed. We're not going to play with the auto throttle yet. I may turn that on eventually, but I had some problems on the last flight that we're just not dealing with. Hey, we're pulling away the jetway. Okay, beacons on. And let me do one thing here. Otherwise, I don't get credit for the flight. Okay, why aren't you firing up, Akers? Guess that ain't working. All right. Okay, just checking things out. Looks good. This up a little bit and start. Survey says we are in the system. And okay, we are on the board. That's the big thing I like to make sure. We're on the big board there at the airline. There we go. All right, so here we go, folks. Let's crank them up. A little complicated. Again, remember, we don't have the APU like the 727 does. So I kind of going to incorporate this as kind of a tutorial because, folks, it is a little different because you're going to start. You should be able to start one and then crank the others, but we're going to crank two of them, then start the other two. But we're not going to push back till they're all running. All right, so we got air on, we got the power on. We'll go ahead and pull the galley power off for now. Real quick again, beacons are on, logo light, we're good. Okay, so all engines good. All right, so what I'm going to do, what I do is I'll crank it up a little bit over here because it gets, being free, it's not necessarily user friendly in this because where if you have the 747-200, you can sit in the captain or the first officer seat, switch your valve on to open to start the engines, and then go to each one to move to ground. And you don't have to stay with it. You just click it down. You don't have to hold it. Here, you have to hold it until 20. Problem is, you can't read that from here. So I kind of, actually, we're still kind of high. All right. So basically, when I see the needle get into about here, I'll then switch. Like I said, folks, it's a challenge. Here, hang on. Try it this way. There we go, because you got to have the N2, and that's this one. Here we go. Starting up 3. Most aircraft from the 60s, the number 3 engine packs a lot of the equipment needed for the entire plane. So that's why it usually gets started first. Your generators, your hydraulic pumps, all of that is on that engine. Okay. Now the fun part. All right, let's get As long as you see the third dial down moving, that's your exhaust gas, you got a light off. It'll stabilize here. Let me get that because it's bugging the heck out of me. It'll stabilize, so will everything else. And that's a good start. So then we come back over to here. You can see it helps to use setting up the numpad for a good get to your panels. So then we just come over here, click on generator 3. You may have to drag it up. Okay. Here we go again. Exactly the same thing, folks. And I'm going to start all of them in stand. Okay, so there we go. Very bottom of your screen there, along the 4th row, you'll see the N2 spooling up. Now there is a way to cheat here, folks, and I'm not going to demonstrate it, but I'll explain it. All right, so it looks like N2 has stabilized, so I'll drop down, click on the fuel lever, and it should light off. There it goes. You could just throw all of those up, and then as you get to 20, they light. That's really not how you're supposed to do it in the real world, but you are in a sim, so take it for what it's worth. And number 4 is stabilized, so we'll get back over here, get the generator going for that. Same thing, up and over. Again, this is N2, this row, this is N1, this is your exhaust gas. Now I leave the guards up so I know which ones I've done without having to look down. Number 1. Okay, same thing. Draw our attention down here, click it. And there goes the EGT screaming up, which would be probably right. A lot of heat coming on with that fire in the engine. And going out the tail pipes, waiting for it to stabilize. The funny thing is, now I can't it's been a while since I've flown this in XP11. Now you can download this, folks, and fly it right here. Here's the link. It gives you both XP12 and XP11, both of them. So that way, whichever one you're settled on, because some people have not come over to the pre-release. I mean, I normally wouldn't either, folks. I just did, well, mainly because I'm streaming and I think it would be helpful for them to be able to see what I'm doing instead of me trying to tell them what I'm doing. All right, last engine. Again, I scroll up and move my eye point over here. Get it as close as I can, just so I can see N2. Open, get the down arrow, click N2's building. Okay, it looks like it's stable. Come down, light it off. There it goes. From that angle, I had to get down here and see. I thought my parking brake wasn't on, and I'm like, it was when I started. Inspired. inspiring you to fly. Thank you for the follow. We sure appreciate you, and hope to see you on future flights here. Thank you for the follow. Last generator. We're back on with all the generators. We can now pull the power, pull the air, and turn our master, our galley power, sorry, back on so that the amazing flight crew behind us can serve you once we get out of here. All right, so we are fired up. Let's just do a couple quick things here, like get flaps down. Usually I set for about 20. Let's see if I'm pretty close. And we're not going to read from that angle, obviously. It looks like I did get 20. Okay, so we're set for 20. Radar stays off. We'll set our transponder to TARA. And if I would turn on the option for the auto throttle, it's right here. I don't know what goes in this spot over here, but the auto throttle would show up there. All right, let's call better pushback.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Oh, we got this, the spry one today. And folks, if you don't have this utility called Better Pushback, it is free and it's really good.
Great news, Captain.
It works in XP11. It took a little bit, but it's working, even with Zibo. And if those of you who followed us on a flight from DC to Boston, you'll see what I mean. It worked. It now works with Zibo. The only thing I'm still trying to do is I don't like this, what one streamer calls a wheel hugger. It hooks the nose gear, lifts it up, and pushes. I like the tug with the bar, which you get default with X-Plane, any of the X-Planes. And there's a way to do it here. I just don't and haven't been shown or figured it out how to do it. All right, so one last look over here. Just
all right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Yeah, make sure that's up loud enough for you all. Okay. Here, let you see outside. See how it hugs the nose gear? I like that. That's a good term for it.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Brakes off.
Here comes the pushback.
What, you're not going to say light them up? It is indeed they're inspiring you. It is outstanding. I mean, far, far better than XP11's scenery, especially looking out there at Honolulu, any city. And this is a 707-120. It's a free aircraft. I'll go ahead and shoot the link here while we're pushing back. And you get both the XP11 and XP12 version in there, whichever one you want to use. But this is XP12, dialed up as best as my computer can handle. Should be turning us here any minute. So, really good rendition here. I mean, I know, I can hear the Musfussers already saying it's just not like ours. You're right, it's not like yours at all. At all. So, and fine. You can fly, you know, eye candy's great. Y'all can enjoy it. I enjoy it this way. So, and I don't plan to come over. Yeah, really well done. I can't imagine the old steam gauges. Yeah, well, there is actually a update to that. I've watched the video on how to install it. People say, oh, it's a piece of cake. I'm looking at it going, I can't even figure out what folders he's in. So, and I'm okay that it doesn't have the PBR and all of that on it.
We're just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
The gauges look 3D and all of that. It's fine, just like it is.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Okay. And let's do our final checks while he does that. All right. Go ahead and close these guys up. Armed on. We don't have reject takeoff, so I'm not moving anything. I disconnect. Set for initial 33, no ATC. And we are about to start taxing as soon as we make sure the pin is out of the nose gear.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
He'll be over there in just a second. Not sure if we see him pull out. Oh, there he goes. Gotta say, I'll bet he parks where I can't see him. All right, there's the pin. All right, folks, we're ready to go. He'll go on back to the terminal, head to the next plane. We're going to head to the next runway. Radar's on, even though it won't do anything. Okay, radios are set. Pilot is set, and releasing the brakes. Honolulu traffic, Clipper 2, taxi to runway 8 left. I'm from an age, folks, talking on the radio is very simple. Kiss it. Keep it simple, stupid. Or, in the event of using a radio, keep it short and simple. All right, so off we go. Eventually it'll be into the wild blue yonder for those of you from the Air Force days. Hickam as at the far end down there. Those curious. Pearl Harbor, a little further off the runway. Harbor Point and the Coast Guard, even further. Marines are the other way. I think they really did a great job here with Honolulu. Never been, was supposed to be, actually probably getting there today. And yeah, to take a cruise around the islands, but good old governor there. Yeah, we'll leave it there. It's not a day for politics, sorry. And I try to keep that as far and few comments about politics here as possible. All right, let's do a quick surface check. They look good on the outside here. Yeah, this really good scenery here. Actually, in a lot of places. There are some places that are lacking, and lacking pretty horribly, actually. Some even with floating buildings. So hopefully, before the eminent words that they've said, general release is coming, folks, in December. Hopefully those floating buildings get addressed. And if you are an XP11 user and happen to be one of those that know how to fix it, go to Memphis. Just sit on the ramp at Memphis. Memphis, especially if you sit in the FedEx area, you'll see 3 buildings floating right there, a tower and a couple right across the runway. So plus their rendition of a city, that and Harrisburg were pretty lame. Harrisburg, PA, that is. But, you know, we can't get everything, so I know that. And I'm still shocked they modeled St. Louis. I am, like, blown away that they actually modeled my home city. But, yeah, folks, really good. I will say their scenery, while not up to snuff with Musfa, sorry, folks, their still flight dynamics are still hands down to me better than anything I've ever flown in Microsoft. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take it down to the end. Folks, the taxiway's off to the right here now. This is Hickam Air Force Base. The big cargo ramp here, plus it extends on down towards the end there. Out in here where the KC-135s park, maybe KC-46s now, C-17s, and then transit here. And then contingent of interceptors there, F-22s, I believe. Gotta love it. Skidding tires. Oh, little bit overkill. Over here, the Air National Guard base, I think they're F-22s now, if not, they're F-15s. And then the reason I said I didn't want to go all the way out to 8 right, you go down this taxiway, over the causeway, and out to here. I just wasn't up to that, folks. All right, before takeoff checks, after we watched the engines rocking from me hitting the parking brake like that, that was pretty cool. You know, I've seen real pictures of this, folks. This is weird to me, and I don't know the whole what's behind it and all, but how this one's normal and this one's got the big hump in it, and whatever this exhaust is for. Unless that's something to do with engine start, I don't know. All right, final checks. Flaps 30. Okay. Frequency set. We're set to runway heading. Honolulu traffic. Clipper 2 departing 8 left. Molokai 5 departure. And yes, folks, I do not believe they had strobes. Here we go. All right. As we come around to line up. Start our takeoff run now. Okay, airspeed's live. There's 80. Max power set. Easy girl. Rotate. Gear up. Okay, let's start our turn. 155. By the way, folks, we're already above 2,500 feet. Flaps 1 or 10, sorry. Okay, just getting things set up here real quick. Just getting my climb set here, folks. $8,500, a little fast. All right, now it's time to think about going to Molokai. All right, so 240. All right, let's go direct. Now it's a little tricky, I think, here. All right, so what I'm going to do is drop down to here. Whoop. Okay, there's 10,000. Am I turning left to go right? All right, we're gonna have to go back on heading. Set me. All right, Vienna Pain. Hang on a second, folks. What am I doing on my climb? Flaps are up. While we're waiting for it to cinch into the heading. All right, let's get down here and get Molokai pulled up. We need to turn harder. Okay, now we're direct Molokai, and what I'm going to do, come up here. Get on that page. And now, I'm gonna watch this like a hawk. Okay, it's gonna do it that way. Alrighty. Now it's rolling back. Alright. Okay, so now we're going towards Molokai. This one is not dependent on this, so that's how you can use this. All right, we are on our way, folks, and we're at a good climb speed. How's our power setting? It's good, actually. I think, yeah, we did. Little faster than I like to do in my climbs. I like to be between 290 and 280 and 290. Granted, it's showing a Mach number down here of 6.8. No, 6.4. Get up to 0.8, then I'll start working off my Mach. Getting a little slow now. Perfect. All right, there we go, folks. Going right over Molokai Island right now. Here, let's do it in Hawker 125 mode. A lot of people like that flyby. I'm not sold on it yet. All right, we should have crossed Molokai. Let's see. Nope, not yet. How far out is it saying? Oh, this is the... Oh, nope, this one doesn't say. Does look like we're right on it. It says 35 miles. Oh, wait, that's the Bluche. Never mind. Over here, 5 miles. There we go. All right, so coming off this... where's it? So when we come off Molokai, we'll be going on a radial of 5.6. Okay, course 5.6. We're crossing it right now, folks. Although I've never seen it do that. But when this arrow pointing, not the one at the top, but this one right here, goes behind us, we'll have crossed it. This one will not change because it's tied to the GPS. It's always going to tell you the direction you're going. And I am not liking this so far. Unless the chart and are not synced well. That should be showing us from. That should be back here now. Why is it not? Interesting. Huh. There is no to from indication here. Wow, that makes VOR to VOR flying just that much harder, folks, in this plane. All right, so we'll head out to Blush, then out to, we'll call it Cody, and then Eber. Let's see if SimToolkit's map loading has gotten any better. That, folks, is my cue. It does not appear to be. I'm going to go ahead and take it to 35. Get rid of this. What I'm doing here is I'm going to lessen the climb gradient. Okay, 1 to go. 6 miles to Blush, and then we'll make sure it turns. And then when we're ready to hold, folks, we just hit this switch out here for the altitude hold. Okay, there's the turn. Yep, that is just not working today. All right. 13.9. Oh, overshot. My bad. Got preoccupied in other things. Not too bad on the overshoot. Okay, and again, it's this outer switch, ALT. When we hit 00, 2992, so we're good there. Click. Check. Are we at 34 or 35 like we're supposed to be? We're at 35. 5. All right, 075 on the course. Well, that's weird. Obviously, yeah, that is definitely, we're on the right one. 13.9, right? Oh, no, we're not. There we go. It helps to be on the right one. Then Eber comes off 112.3, which... thinking I may still be a bit too high here, folks. She is not wanting to take a look outside. We got this same problem from St. Louis to here, and just would. Are we at 0.8? Oh, we are at 0.8. Okay. Okay, let me kind of help you out here in what I was looking at. Okay, I've dropped this a little, so let me push a little power on. If I find we're struggling to make 0.8, I'm going to drop us 2,000 feet. But right now we're on course to Cody. Then we're going to go to Eber, which is tracked off of Upalo Point, and then right at the edge of it. So folks, it won't be long, and then we're on our own. Then it's really INS that should be taking over. In our case, GPS. Yeah, that's 0.78. I'm going to go ahead and drop us. I just do not like this. And we've got a long way to go and not a lot of fuel on the plane. Let's come down at about 1,000 feet a minute. We'll keep it at 0.8 the whole time or close to it. The goal is we're going to keep Mach 0.8. This needle will rise, folks, a little. But we're going to try to maintain 0.8 in our descent. Now, there is, in the real world, the auto throttle would be controlled by the pilot. He controls it. There was no movements of the throttles yet to do it, so he would set it. All right, so I hope you're all enjoying. We're dropping down through 34. Actually, we're into 33s already. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Did I not turn those off? I thought I did. Okay. There we go, folks. And we are now estimating Los Angeles in 4 hours and 12 minutes. So kind of sit back, relax, enjoy. We'll try to be outside the plane a lot more. As you can see off in the distance, Hilo. And hopefully we'll have a nice, enjoyable flight over. For now, I'm just going to roll a little copyright-free music. Alright, folks. A little bit going on behind the scenes. Sorry about that. That looks better. Looks like we're going to have a nighttime landing in Los Angeles. Trying to figure out HCF approach. Don't know that one. It's got to be something to do with Hawaii, and I don't see anything around Hawaii up and running. Alright, I hope y'all are enjoying the ride. We are at 33,000 feet, working our way out of Hawaiian airspace into Oakland for the trek across the little pond to Los Angeles. Go ahead and set some things up for Los Angeles. Alright, so looks like we are on course. Let's look here at the GPS. Coming up to Eber in a few miles, 11 to be exact, and on course onto the Romeo 577 airway. Now, when I fly the 727 or the 707-120 or even the 747-200, I try to keep it realistic to the plane. Meaning, our navs are not inherent to these aircraft. You fly on the airways. Or you fly VOR, 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 VOR. Now, granted, you get out over the water, then you've got to have something, be it INS or GPS, to get you going. Now, with the 747, I do use, and the 27, I do use the built-in FMC given, but beyond that, I still try to keep it on a route that would be more found on that aircraft. In the United States, the airways with the queues and all of that, more than likely they wouldn't fly, folks. They have no way of programming it. So that's so I took a good, we got an upcoming flight, folks, on the 19th, I believe it is, of November. And it's a long one. Just warning you ahead of time. I wasn't able to do cross the pond. I'm glad I didn't, because I would have came in, one, on the backside, two, not so much a route that I would want to fly, but I would, don't get me wrong. And three, I came off shift. And that one, I was really tired. So all of that together would not have made it a good, fun flight. Well, this one, on the 19th, I believe it is. Let me consult my schedule. It is. It's a Saturday. And we are going to fly from Miami to Anchorage. Folks, you're welcome to join along. I will be in the 747-200. Find a plane, 767. Not going to swear, but I don't think the 57 could make that run, but it might. MD-11s, okay. No, whatever you like, folks. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to fly, but just be mindful. It's an extensive flight. Give you a ballpark on it here. My routing. Is, just so you know and can prepare if you're going to, it's an 8-hour, 20-minute scheduled flight time run. The route that I've put in for it is 3,500 miles. So this is reminiscent of crossing the pond. We're crossing the land, not the land that VATSIM usually does across the land on, which is Europe into Asia. We're crossing from Miami to Anchorage. And again, it's about a 35-minute haul. Yeah, we'll get there just like that. It's a 3,500-mile run, folks. So as we get closer, I'll publish what I'm planning, unless I fine-tune it even better. But right now, I think it's pretty reminiscent of what they'd have flown. The one discouraging thing, and I'm not a big Florida fan either, was the lack of standard airways for the jets. They're all queued. Oh well, it is the era we live in now. So, makes it that much harder to put it together. I probably will fly with the FMC on the plane. This will be one of the longest I've flown yet with the 747, and it's been a while. We just flew it for the first time, I think, in about 3 or 4 months. Boston to Minneapolis. I got a Minneapolis to Phoenix coming soon, and a couple of more. So be looking for that bird in the lineup again. The 767s will continue to fly. We have a real-world pilot that visits us from time to time, and flies 6.7s. So always look for some fun here. And yes, the Airbus will come back, continuing our Africa tour that Mac Air has out there for Africa. We're going to give it a try. What the heck? Alongside the one we're already into that has us down in Cape Town. So be watching for those. Zebo will make a run at it here soon. All of the airplanes that we all love. And who knows, maybe an A330 thrown in there here soon. I've heard pretty good things about the one in X-Plane. I've had troubles with that one. Well, I haven't flown it yet. Let me rephrase that. I haven't tried it. I've heard of troubles. But the Citation 10, I've heard, has got updates. So we'll give it a try here soon. And see if it's gotten beyond crashing to desktop when you set up the flight plan. So there you go, folks, a little bit of a lineup of what's coming. I am going to take a little bit of a break right now as we settling in over the ocean, checking some things, seeing if we're getting ready to hit anybody or not. Looking back at, I cannot figure out where this HCF approach is. It is not showing up on similar. That always bugs me. Heck, nowhere is it showing up. Looks like someone or a streamer or something is flying LA to Vegas. A lot of aircraft right now in that area. So, all right. Well, I am going to, like I said, take that break. I'll be back shortly. All right, folks, we're back with you. Any questions or comments or anything of the nature? We'd love to hear them, see them. Put them in that chat box. Let us know. Also, don't forget, we do have a Discord channel available 24/7. I'd love for you to be a part of that community. I see I need to make a change here. Hang on a second. There we go. And if you want to put a prediction in for what you think we'll do on the landing, just simply the exclamation mark, the word predict, and then a negative number. Got mine in there now. See if anyone else joins in. Granted, we still have a good 3 hours, 50 minutes or so till we get there, so we got a little ways to go. But yeah, love to see how close we can get on this. And one of the few political items I do talk about, especially this time of the year, folks, if you live in the United States, don't forget, tomorrow is election day. A lot of people lost their lives for you to have that ability to go vote. Now you don't have any more excuses, because you could have been doing it in some states as early as October 15th. That's the state I live in, so I know that one. But so you have no excuses, and I think you need to voice your opinion on how you think this country needs to go. I'm not sitting here telling you who, what, where, or what to vote on, but you need to get out there, get informed, as you will have to live with what happens in this election, the next one, and those along. To sit back and complain when you don't vote, well, you know what? Really doesn't mean a lot to me. So get out and vote, folks. If not by early vote, tomorrow when it's election day. And I'm one of those folks that served in the military so that you could have that right. Now, we can argue, should we give holidays for this? Find a different channel on that, because I'm not going there, because you won't like my stance on that. So don't get into that part of it. But I will tell you, get out and vote. But anyway, I hope you all do get out and vote. Hope you all enjoy, especially if you live here in the St. Louis area. It's a beautiful day today. Little chilly outside right now, but overall, a spectacular fall day. For those that say, we never have fall here in St. Louis, it just never happens. Folks, this is what fall is. You get some days that are nice and cool. You do get some that are warm, some that are cold. That's why it's changing seasons. So yeah, beautiful fall day out there, and we're going to be soon. Old man winter is going to be knocking in on that door. And maybe here in the St. Louis area a little earlier than many of us want. We'll see. Get in here and see if I can't. That'll go away if I do this. Nope, it didn't. It's still part of that weather engine flickering stuff going on that I really hope, if indeed X-Plane is going to go general release here in December, get rid of this strobing effect, folks. You will have problems. So, but overall, in the many runs with X-Plane 12, I have to say I am enjoying it. I think the scenery is much better than 11, although I watched Hawker yesterday flying and he had some ortho turned on. He's getting me tempted, but I just hate adding it, especially right now in a beta version. And I wish the people above would look at that and go, why didn't we incorporate that? Why don't we? Because folks, that was, I mean, that looked phenomenal coming into Mid-America. Oh, it's not must-fuss quality. Sorry, you guys. But you know what? That was the best I've seen showing. Oh, and double check all your airports there, X-Plane, because you got Mid-America's pappies off on the 1-4 left end. Because I worked there, is how I know. Inspect the airfield every third day. So, but love to meet y'all. Come on into the channel. Come on into the chat room. The water's warm. Or at least warmer than it is outside. Although it's, I mean, 60-something outside. So, I mean, it's not all that bad outside here, folks. But yeah, it's, like I said, it's a beautiful day. And I think next week we start coming over the hump here and starting back down. Nothing's been extreme. I mean, I think we hit 80 once, but overall, the patterns that one meteorologist here I follow, who retired, spot on. Now, is he going to tell me what the temperature is? No. But he gives good trends. He knows what he's looking for, what he sees, and then what to do with what he sees. Others here simply regurgitate Farmer's Almanac, and that's about all they regurgitate. So there you go, folks. Now, I do have a question for those of you out there. It just dawned on me. I was watching some videos of this plane with real world, not sim. Air Force One. Y'all know was a 707 at one time. Well, let me rephrase that. Most of you probably don't. I'm curious which version, because now I'm starting to think with what I watched, it was this version. I don't think it was the 300s. I don't know. It's just, it's so hard to delineate the differences. I mean, this one's, I know, a little shorter than the average 707 out there. Actually, at that angle, a lot shorter. But Air Force One, I mean, I actually stood next to the old Air Force One, the 707. And granted, it was in the 70s, so a long time ago. And just trying to remember how big the plane was. Folks, no memories of Pan Am, sorry. I would have been in my mid-20s when Pan Am went out of business. Oh, I remember Lockerbie. That's about it with Pan Am. TWA was the one I watched more. Check something. Just curious what that bigger engine mount is all about on 2 and 3. Interesting. So, but anyway, that's about all TWA, on the other hand, I know a lot more about. So what say ye? Alrighty. Let's see what's going on here. Where is my plane? Out over the Pacific right now. Yep, we are out over the Pacific according to SimAware, which right now I am not 100% sure is up to date. But let's take a look one more time, see if the live map has done anything different over here. Huh. Oh well. Guess we'll just keep it in the flight summary mode here and hope for the best. Oh, well, we are going to see. Okay, good. We'll see ATC. May have to fire up Volanta. All right, we're at 0.8. Had to adjust speed a little bit with the throttle. Do a little quick look over here. All right, folks. Well, I'm back. And hang on a second. Keep meaning to take that one out of the rotation. In fact, it's on my mind. Let me do it right now. But first off, foremost, for those that are able to hear me, thank you for your subscription, because right now we're in a commercial break. Hope you all are having a great day, and again, thank you for the support of being a subscriber to the channel. Not just following, but paying for it. So again, I want to say thank you, and look forward to many new things coming in the new year. So it's been the additional income that comes in from subscribers like yourselves, the ad revenue, and the donos we get from time to time, biddies and all of those good things that have allowed us to get that 747 for the 19th of November flight, the 727, and the Tolis A319, along with St. Louis's scenery. So really, really thank you, folks. We put that money back into the stream to try to make it better for everyone else. So that's a good time right now to say thank you, and wish the best for you all. Not only following, but then subscribing. All right, as we come out of a commercial break, folks, I want to say also thank you to all the followers out there. Those joining in, viewing, thank you for your support, folks. Without you all, it's real tough to keep going day after day at a stream. So thank you so much for following, for being there. And again, it's in the infancy, but maybe we'll turn the 19th of November into a group flight from Miami to Anchorage, 8 hours, probably 8.5 hours by the time it's all said and done flying. I'll be up in the Fearless 747. Fingers crossed the whole flight, XP11 with it. It is flyable. I'm not sure if everything works in it yet or not. But we're gonna give it a try. It's a rather long flight, and to Anchorage or bust, we'll call it. Maybe. I don't know. But again, I just wanted to say thank you to y'all for your kindness and coming out, taking time out of your day when there's a whole lot of other streamers you could be watching. Thank you so much. And like I said, we may just turn the 19th of November into a viewer appreciation flight. Stand by, I've got some laundry to take care of in the house. I'll be right back. All right, folks, I'm back. Sorry for that. All right, let's see. Where are we at right now? Okay, we're at Mach 0.80. Right here. Still holding firm at 33,000. According to our flight plan. Let's see, where are we? Frost. Okay, so Arrett. All right, I think we're going to go ahead now and push for 35. I just want to look at something. Okay, so let's do it. Let's go. It's just like a car, folks, and if you didn't realize this, if you start going up a hill, you give it a little bit of gas, you're going down, you pull it back a little. Same thing in a plane. So we're trying to maintain 0.80, so we gave it some juice, and getting ready to cross 340 here at about 300 feet. All right, so we want to make sure. Now, one thing to do with the climbing in this plane, when you get within that, when the bell goes off, you're 1,000 feet off. Back it down to 1,000 feet a minute if you're going harder than that on your climb. And then at about 500 feet to your desired altitude, drop to about 500 feet a minute, and then ease it right into the, click the altitude button right at the number. Now, to control it, what you do here, folks, it's a little simplified here, but normally if you do this, you're going to go down. On this end, you would go up. Well, over here. Like I said, very simplified. Oh, down. So that at about 500 feet a minute, you'll just ease right in. You won't be, you know, watching it zigzag itself back into place. Okay, and click the altitude switch to altitude, and that'll be altitude hold. And of course, that means we got to come off the gas a little. There you go, folks. You just did a step climb. Might try another one here. Oh, let me look at the flight plan here. Definitely not at L key, but maybe the one before it. And again, at this point, I mean, you can worry a little bit about your indicated airspeed up here. We're more worried about Mach. And that we're doing 0.80, which is what the 8 is. And you adjust your throttle to maintain that. Now, if you're running the auto throttle, which you could set your cursor to right at 270-ish. Aircraft will maintain it. You'll just hear it revving a lot. And we're 6 miles to Erot. So, Etnic, I think it is. Yeah, Etnic is next. Kind of a flat-looking cloud layer there, folks. Still at 35. Speed. Good, and engine's looking good. Fuel plenty. All right. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, there's those pyramid clouds again. Interesting. Huh. Really like to know what's causing that in their weather engine. Make the clouds billow. If that's their idea of trying to make a storm system or what, but looks weird. But I mean, they're doing their best here, folks, with 3D clouds. Remember, it took us 3 years to get something decent in clouds. That's one of the big things that turned me off from it. Was watching stream after stream, and I'm going, what kind of clouds are they trying to represent? And they're getting closer. Real close when I watched a stream with the hurricane a few weeks ago. But still a long way to go. Both sims. And that may just be an active sky thing to make it look better, but hopefully an equivalent comes to X-Plane soon, because I'm not sure about active sky. We'll see, though. I am definitely not one that would be in the know. One thing we haven't looked at in a little bit is how much more time. About 3 hours, 20 minutes to good old Los Angeles. And definitely a nighttime arrival into the City of Angels. Okay, into Los Angeles, not City of Angels. No. That is the flattest I've ever seen X-Plane 12 clouds. So we'll see if they hold when we get over to Los Angeles and see if they're just as flat going through as they look from altitude. Because there's some nice 3D enhancement over here. All right, folks, we're back with you. We're about halfway across the Pacific right now, headed towards Los Angeles, and thought I'd bring your attention to the verse of the day that we've got up here. Now, we do have a message always at the bottom of our stream. That will always stay. Might change from time to time because, well, something just nudges at me that I think a lot of people need to hear, especially the John 14:1 at the bottom there. Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Believe also in me, and the me, of course, being Jesus. That's just it starts into a great that Jesus is the way, the life to live. And it just, to me, fitting for the stream we run here. So, but the verse today that we put up in the beginning, first of all, then I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, thanksgivings be made for all people. Underscore all. Because so often maybe not that person, or that person. That person's a sinner. No, well, you're a sinner too, so. But the part that really hit me, and it made it almost perfect for the way where we're at in time right now. We're supposed to also pray for kings and for all who are in high positions. That's a tough one for a lot of us, including this guy. It's easy to pray for those in high positions we like, but we're also supposed to pray for those we're not so fond of. So it's a really good verse here, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. Paul's words to Timothy here come on the heels or foreground, however you want to say it, of tomorrow's election. And again, I'm not telling you what side to vote on, who to vote for. I know who I'm voting for already. Folks, we're still, no matter who wins or loses, we're still supposed to pray for them. And, at the end of the day, give thanksgiving that we have that ability, folks, to go out and vote. That so many of those we're going to recognize near the end of the week on Veterans Day gave it all so you could. And folks, the system has made it a lot easier for you to vote today than ever before. In the state I live in, Illinois, you could have been voting since the 15th of October. You don't have an excuse anymore. Let alone you had this ability in the past. It was just never brought to light to many people, called absentee. So think about that, folks. Tomorrow is the day throughout the country, not just Illinois where I live, every state in the Union and Commonwealths, you can vote. If you don't like the way the country's going right now, folks, why aren't you voting? Are you just one of those that are that, just drop my vote just doesn't count? Yeah, it does. Believe it or not, it does, folks. I mean, there are so many elections out there won by a handful of votes. And folks, it's these midterms, these in between the big presidential elections, where it really counts. Because if you knock the guy who today is horrible, if you'd have knocked him out 3 or 4 elections wouldn't be here today, would he, in the elections world? Think about it that way, folks. Your vote counts. So, and there is no excuse anymore. Well, I just don't have time. Well, you had time, folks, from the 15th of October till tomorrow. And people were telling me you could have voted yesterday in the state of Illinois. On a Sunday, which, oh my God, a county worker working on a Sunday? Oh my, that's just unheard of. A lot more I could go on to that. I'm just sweeping that one away right now. So, if you don't vote, it's your own fault now. Plain and simple. You have no excuses anymore, folks. You really had none in the past, but... So, again, remember, a lot of people gave their lives to give you that right to vote over history, folks. And so many squander it. Care less. Well then, don't complain with what you see in Washington, in your state, in your city, in your town, your counties, because you did nothing to change it. And that's what we're here, folks, saying. The only thing you can do then is pray. And folks, that's an awesome thing. But you had a chance. God gave that through those people who gave their lives for you to give you the right to vote. But pray for the kings, pray for all of those in high places. Folks, they've got more things going on than even the almighty, unknowing dupes called the press know. That we may lead peaceful and quiet lives, godly and dignified in every way. Folks, I urge you, pray. It's all God ever wants. It's for us to give thanksgiving to Him. He just wants us to pray for our neighbors. And folks, yes, that king, call it a president today, as much as you may or may not like him, we're to pray for him. So, and when you pray in Jesus, folks, you know, you're acknowledging Jesus as the Son of God. You are acknowledging God. And when you do pray, pray as if the world depends on it. Because you know what? It really does. Get out and vote. Afterwards, pray. You can pray that your side wins. Or just pray for the country. Alright, so we are still at Mach 0.80. And 217 miles away from Etnik. And then I'm going to look ahead, see if that's close to where I plan my next step climb. Or if it's... It's going to be close. I actually have one after that to go. So, alright, so yeah, after Etnik, before Etico, ETECO. Uh, feels like a Ghostbuster airway. Ecto 1. We'll head up to 37,000 with it. And then prepare to come into Los Angeles. Three hours to go, folks. So now's a good time. Kind of just kick back, relax, enjoy the music as we cruise across the small pond to Los Angeles. All right, folks, so we are looking at about 3 hours to go. The clouds are starting to break a little below us. We're still holding at 0.80, so if you want to put a prediction in now for the landing 3 hours from now, it's a simple exclamation mark, then the word predict, space, and a negative number. See how this does here as we transition into dark. Last time we did this, oh man, the fun began. So I'm kind of waiting to see. But yeah, the clouds are definitely breaking up. Not certain I like these textures out here. All right, well, let's start looking towards Los Angeles with the weather there. 6 miles and drizzle. Oh, great. Let's see. Well, we're instrument conditions there, broken at 1500. Right now, it should be the 7s in operation. Let's take a look. Let me take a look here real quick. Nope, we're landing on, let's see, simultaneous approaches and RNAVs for 24 right, 24 left. All right, so we are coming in on the 24 right. So, yeah, I am just really not liking this, but boy, that moon rising ahead of us, that looks really good. But this, wow, that is just not all that great. The moon, that, like I said, that looks pretty good. All right, now how can you get the ATIS like I just did? I now know what Los Angeles is doing. Now, granted, 3 hours ahead of time. All you have to do is go to this website, theatis.cloud, CLOWD.IO, India Oscar. And up in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see select a facility. Select one of those, and that'll give you the D-ATIS, the ATIS currently in effect for that airport real world. So it gives you an idea ahead of time, what's the real world doing? Because we all know the VATSIM guys love to say, no, it's my world, I do it my way. So, and there are a lot of them out there like that, folks. Or, I'm controlling for so-and-so, so he wants it this way, that's how it is. So what if it's 180 degrees at 180 mile an hour? Whoopie-doo. Deal with it. So... All right, so we are transitioning into the night, and oops, hang on a second. Let's see how fuel looks again. I think we're looking good for the arrival. Engines are doing good over here. Not much we can do even if we did have pressure problems. But a really good rendition. I'm sorry, folks. I mean, you all may see problems with it, but I'm like, you know, it's a good aircraft. I had problems with it from Tokyo to Hawaii. It wouldn't stay on GPS course. Beyond that, though, folks, it does a pretty good job. We had a couple of other issues crop up, like we went dark, airplane went dark. Still not even sure if I didn't just run out of fuel and the engines died. I really cannot tell you what happened. Nothing out there is alluding to it. So that or the GP, and then with the nav issue with the GPS, maybe the 430 can't handle 400-mile long legs. 400 to 500-mile long legs. It could be. I don't know. Sounds kind of wonky to me, and that is an official aviation term, folks. But yeah. But some more things about this plane. I mean, it's free. That's the big thing to understand, folks. It's free. So is it going to be perfect? No. But I think he's done a really good job modeling it. I mean, here, let's do this. And then let's go ahead and take a walk. I mean, folks, a free airplane, do you normally get stuff like this? Think long and hard. I just noticed it. How many of you noticed the overhead bins? Hang on. Wow. I don't think there's a bin. There isn't. It's just a shelf, folks. Like on a bus. I just noticed that. I've been back here a few times. But yeah. Interesting. Let me try something. I wish I could get right back, but I can't. See how dark that makes it. Oh. Oh, look, our beacon comes through. But again, you know, folks, you don't get this in much freeware. I hate to break it to you. So, I mean, pretty good. Interesting. Anyway, folks, let me get back to the job at hand here. Okay, Mach 0.8, 35,000. And 80 miles to Etnik, then Etico, Edsel, and then our E something to get off and head on to the SAID 8 arrival. Yeah, I think right around in here is where I'll do the step climb. Back it off here. Well, let's see what's going on in Los Angeles. folks. We got about 2.5 hours to go, so that's the part of the flight. The lights are out. We'll just kind of kick back, relax, and enjoy. Chill out. Those of us that got off work today can sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. Those of us unwinding, trying to prepare for tomorrow's 24-hour shift, we'll do likewise. So we'll just kind of sit back in the back here, folks. Feel free to chat, and we'll just keep on cruising into LA. 10 o'clock sim time arrival. All right, folks, we are 2.5 hours out. Probably around an hour out, we'll start looking at the SAD-8 arrival into Los Angeles. Planning for right at this time, unless things change drastically. But pretty simple, standard approach into there, folks. We are going to try to fly it VOR as intended, not on the GPS. But weather conditions, I may opt to go longer on the GPS just because of how things can get. So depending on traffic levels, what's going on there and all. But giving you a little heads up, in about an hour and a half, we'll be knocking on the doorstep of Los Angeles. But for now, we'll just continue to listen to a few songs I have lined up here of copyright-free music that works on both Twitch and YouTube. So hopefully I will have this flight up and going in the next couple of days on YouTube as well. So our growing YouTube followers get a chance to see this flight. If you're interested in any past flights, especially those that our friend at OBS, actually, you know what? I shouldn't knock them too much. Since the update yesterday, I haven't seen a single problem, and I am knocking on the noggin on top of my body there to make sure I'm knocking on wood. I haven't seen any problems, so maybe, just maybe, they heard my complaints and made whatever changes needed to be made, or if it was my internet provider, likewise. Because I have dialed back a lot of the dials in XP11 for a variety of reasons, but yeah, XP11 I will not rule out as a possibility. But we again, for those of you that ran into that, I always have that video, and that video actually goes uninterrupted from what I understand. You wouldn't know it happened there except for that guy behind the microphone saying, "Dang it, OBS." So just some things to kind of cast our eyes forward to. But like I said, it's going to probably be about an hour to an hour and a half before that arrival brief. And then we'll bring the 707 into Los Angeles. And yes, under the cover of darkness. Not a whole lot to see outside. Well, let's take a look at the X-plane sky, shall we? Yeah, it's not too bad. The sky of the flight sims, I think, have gone. I don't know if they're getting better or worse, but stargazing, if you will, on these kind of flights, kind of hard to say if little too pronounced Big Dipper there. Maybe not. I don't know. There we go. All right. Etnik, 200 nautical mile. So we got a little ways to go, folks. All right, let me try loading Sim Toolkit again. Alright, well, the live map will not load completely for Sim Toolkit today. That's weird. Or the weather. I just noticed that too. Alright, well. Wonder if certain servers aren't working on. Alright, so we'll have to improvise here. Let's see. Well, we are sitting just crossed Etnik. So Etco is 231 miles ahead of us. So at Etco, we'll climb to 37,000. And then roll into Elke. Hang on, let's get up here and see if we can't. There we go. All right. And my Eds will be up at 37,000. So we're doing good, folks. We are working our way across the little pond. So in about an hour or so, we'll start talking about the Sadie 8 arrival. So enjoy the music. All right, folks, we are continuing on. Yeah, you've been hearing me clunking and clanking around in the background, but we're getting ready to set up the step climb to flight level 370, which I believe our flight plan says we should be at to start with. I'm glad we didn't because the plane really wasn't doing well uh, at 35,000 when we initially climbed up to holding point 0.8 without being max power. We're pretty close right now, but I think we can do this. Let me look at our fuel load. Okay, I think we're doing good there. I mean, 35,000 is not going to hurt us into Los Angeles. But yeah, I am thinking about at least getting us finally up to our initial flight level, even though we should be at like 390, which there's no way in heck with this load on board we'd make that. So, and I am also content. I'm still wavering it in my mind. Let me see. So I don't know if it'll tell me that or not here. No, it's not going to give me a wind profile. Okay. I was kind of hoping to get a wind profile, see how we're doing if we would go up, other than looking at our flight here. Which is now obviously 4 hours old, so that's why I'm a little hesitant to look at it. But we'll head down and look at them. Okay, well, we should have a pretty good tailwind. That's 390. 37. Again, this is quite old. I just don't know, folks. All right, just kind of getting a feel again. Map settings. No. This is kind of why I like the 530 better. I get a commute. Basically, how many miles from here in on it. It's about 500 miles. Actually, a little more than. All right, let me see if okay, so we have 400 miles to Edco or Edsel. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and make the attempt. All right, so here we go. Okay, nice and easy up. Again, remember, folks, you're climbing, so you're going to need to add more power to it, just slightly. I mean, we're only doing about 800, anywhere from 500 to 800 feet a minute. You're just gently rising the airplane up. We're not doing a let's get up there at 50,000 feet a minute. No, we're just easing her on up. And here comes 36,000. This is actually a really good pace. Takes a couple minutes to get up there. We got almost 500 miles just to the next fix. And then probably a good 300 to 400 from there all the way to the runway. So it's actually beneficial if we get up there, get good winds pushing us along. So we'll see how that works. Looking at the wind charts, now granted, if we could get to 39, we'd be looking at nearly 80 knots at our tail. We're going to be shy of that by 2,000. All right, so now. All right, again, real quick refamiliarization. There's where you switch to heading, nav, and localizer, glide slope. Localizer and nav are the same. This round knob is your down. This one's your up pitch. Now, granted, any other plane, they're together. This one, it's broken apart. Okay, so one click on the down, and basically we're just easing it in. The goal is to try to maintain 0.80 the whole time in the climb. So we're just easing it on in. Okay, it's taking that's perfect. May take a minute, but that's fine. Remember, it's like I like to drive, and I know those of you that work with me go, you just drive way too slow. I drive as if the queen is behind me, folks. If I spill her coffee, I lose my head. That's how I drive. Many of you should take up that idea. Or let the queen take your head. All right, there we go. Click the altitude switch over there. Puts us in altitude hold, and then pull back just ever so slightly on the throttles. Right into 0.80 we go again. If everything is done nice and not gently, but nice and fluently, guess what? Nobody knows that they just went from takeoff to 33, actually 35, down to 33, back up to 35, and now at 37. They would never know unless there's a screen in front of them telling it. And even then, they wouldn't know. So there you go, folks. We just climbed 2,000 feet in about 2 or 3 minutes. And still pushing a little hard. I can't remember. Do I actually have a ground speed gauge? I can't remember if he put one on here or not. Doesn't look like it. Yep, I don't see it, so that would be nice to have on this plane. To let us know, because like I said, I don't know the winds because we don't have a nice nav display like you Zibo and Airbus pilots have. So we have to go by how the plane's doing between fix and fix. Did it cross at the right time? You know, did we have to correct to get on it and all of that? Like I said, the 530 and GPS is above that. Do tell that number. Okay, so we are now 37,000 feet. We're looking at about an hour and 18 minutes out. And we're starting to get in close. We're not picking up Ventura yet, which is going to be one of our first VORs we pick up. But we are getting close. If you've been watching the chat area, you will have seen weather has improved slightly here. Not all the greatest, but it has improved. Right now we're 220 at 87 miles. Broken, which is our ceiling. So we are actually VFR now. 3,600 feet. Scattered at 1,300, so we got to watch. Though, if we were Cessna pilots, we'd have to watch. At night, it'd be a little tricky to not fly, you know, to keep our prescribed distances around a cloud. But 3,600 feet, that's 100 feet above when I was flying VFR, so thumbs up. Still visibility showing in at 7. So we'll get into this arrival brief here shortly. Pretty sure once we cross the next fix, we'll really start talking it up, because we have a just one, I think it is. Hang on, let me re-look at it. All right, yeah, we have one intermediate mandatory altitude to be at, but actually 2, but it's an at or above, so anywhere between, well, it's Bayest at 10,000, and then Santa Monica between 7 and 10. It's above 7. But however, we have speed restrictions starting at Ventura, VOR. So we'll get into all of that here in a minute, and pull it back a little on the power. Go, keeping that Mach number as close to 0.8 as possible. All right, folks, I hope you've all had a great Monday, great start to your week. We'll try to do our best to bring this in on a nice landing at night into Los Angeles. Okay, 300 miles to go. Yeah, I'm making one last attempt to see if we have that gauge. I may be thinking the 747, so I think I am. Or the 727, one of the two. Yep, we don't have it. All right. Well, be nice to put right there. Yeah. And right here on the pilot side. Now, one other thing I like to do, folks, is just keep the cursor right here as close to straight ahead as possible. We've had it happen with this plane quite a bit, especially Tokyo to Honolulu, where it would veer off course from the GPS plotted course and just start going, and we'd have to take over with the heading, yank it back, and get it on course. So don't know what the cause of that was. Not sure if that's an X-plane issue, a GPS issue, which would also be an X-plane issue, or just the fact that GPS can't maybe handle transatlantic, transpacific. I don't know. I know going to Tokyo, I was using the GPS 530 and it did flawless. I mean, perfect. No issues whatsoever. So that's why I'm saying maybe it is the 430 can't handle long distance. or long in between points. I mean, we were pushing 400 to 500 miles per fix. So, I mean, that's a possibility. So, but overall, this 707 is, I do like it, except for that quirk. But I do hope to start getting back into the 747. Been away from her way too much. We flew it from Boston to Minneapolis a couple days ago. We had our problems, rusty, you know, very rusty with it. Trying to kick the rust off. We got another flight planned to Phoenix. Don't know if we have anything after that until an unannounced group flight is forming. And you're all welcome. Those of you listening in the sound of my voice are very much welcome to take the plane of your choice that can fly 8 hours on a tank of fuel. Just warning you ahead of time. Planning in November 19th of doing a, quote, we'll call it across the land flight from Miami to Anchorage. I will be flying the Queen. Feel free to bring 7.6s, MD-11s, DC-10s if there's any out there that work. I don't care what sim you're in. We'll do our best to be on VATSIM. I hope to be able to do this in XP12 with the Fearless. It's quote flyable in XP12, but not 100% XP12 compatible yet. So kind of shake her down, see what happens. 8-hour flights have a good way of doing that. And if we have troubles going to Phoenix, then we know to do it in XP11. But I think that would be an outstanding flight. Again, you're all welcome. So I'll be starting to put some things together. We'll put it up on Hawker 125 is the one that actually proposed this now as a group flight. And look forward. Again, it's long, folks. And I know a lot of you out there are like, oh my God, 8 hours in front of the screen? You don't have to be in front of the screen. Put auto to work. That thing can do a lot for you. The 747 can too, with that INS or FMS, whichever way you choose. So, or LTN, as I now have on mine. So, any hoot, November 19th, I'll have times and all here. We're looking for probably a bit of an early departure time because it's an 8-hour flight. Don't be surprised if it's around 7, 8 o'clock. Again, it's 8.5 hours. I'm thinking, let's see here. You know what? I'll give you a more exactness here. Let's see. Okay, we're looking at 3,528 miles, folks. So do the math. We're probably going to cruise at around 480, 490. So I'll generate the flight plan I have again, see where it ends up. I probably shouldn't have done that. Doggone it. Oh well, I did it. So yeah, it's going to come in pretty close to 8 hours, folks. So yeah, that was really stupid of me. All right, so just putting that out there for y'all as we get closer. We're now about 250 miles out. Okay, let me come up here. There, this ought to help put us back on track. I didn't even think about Sim Toolkit and all getting screwed up with me doing that. So hopefully that put us back in the running for it to work right. If not, you have yours truly to blame. Replays for this flight. Well, they'll be out there on YouTube in a couple of days. Possibility we may not be able to do a replay of the approach. Gonna try something I've never done before. So we're coming in the dark. Hoping I can switch it to daylight and we can watch the landing that way. May not be able to, I don't know. That'll be something new. So, but anyway, folks, glad you all are here. Thanks for supporting the stream. Hang on a second here. Especially inspiring you to fly. I like that call sign because that's what we do here too. We inspire people. Get off your duff, fire up a sim, get in the air. It is amazing, folks, how much fun it can be. Even if it's just a Cessna or a Piper Cub. Get out there, start learning. This is actually, to me, really fun. I'm not a big ARMA, call to duty kind of flyer. DCS you might get me tempted into, but it's gonna take a lot, folks. Literally a lot, not money wise, but I mean there's when I dabbled into it before, things were done incorrectly. I did them, and I can't seem to get it to work without blue screens. So I'm going to have to scrap everything I've done before and start over fresh. And you know, with the C-130 coming online here soon, you know, it could very easily tempt me over. But for now, I am very content flying 707s, 767s, Airbuses. We're going to try the A330, by the way. There's another teaser coming. Look for that one soon. Not sure yet when, but I'm going to give it a try here soon. Also, the Citation 10. Give that one a try here soon, too. Last time I tried the Citation 10 was offline and a crash to desktop occurred. There have been updates to X-Plane since, so I don't know if they fixed that. So yeah, a lot of fun things coming in the next couple of months, alongside Thanksgiving and Christmas, and a much needed vacation by yours truly. So yeah, get ready. It's gonna be a fun ride, folks. All right, seeing a flashing light out in front of us. All right, let's see here. Let me update the screen. That's the saddest thing about this whole process. SimAware doesn't do a good job of that. Bear with me a second here, folks. I have to get re-familiarized with this. it's been a while since I used Volanta. All right, and I think the blue ones are VATSIM. All right, well, we'll figure it out. Just trying to make sure there's nobody in front of us. So let's see here. We're 58 minutes out. About 193 from Edsel, I believe it is. All right, so 370 minus 10. 27 times 3. Now we'll add in. So roughly 100 miles. Okay. Let's take a look at the chart real quick, and I'll tell you what I'm doing here in a minute. So really about 70 miles from Ventura, start our descent. All right, folks, so let's fire this up and see what we can do. All right, there's Sim Toolkit. All right. Real quick, we are flying what's called the Sadie 8 arrival. So we are going to be coming in over, well, hang on a second, let me get some weather up here. I know you've seen it a lot. Okay, hang on a second. There we go. All right, so we're still looking at the, now we're overcast 6,500 feet. Temperature spread's starting to get to be a three or more, so that's good. 8 miles visibility, 240 at 11. So the weather is looking like to not be a factor now. Well, it is, but it isn't. All right, so we're coming in, like I said, Sadie 8. The ATIS you can retrieve by going to, and it's in the, oops. In the chat room. Go to that website where it says select facility, click KLAX, K whatever, and it'll give you if there's a D ATIS for that digital ATIS system. boom, you'll get a idea before you get in there what they're doing at some of these places. Elevation for Los Angeles 128. Transition, it's like everything US, folks. Actually North America, 18,000. Radars required, DMEs required, and you'll see why. So the instructions from SADE, not from transition, but from SADE. We go on the Santa Monica radial 261 to Santa Monica, then out on the 70, and we expect vectors for the final. Okay. Now, down here is what we're all looking for. So we're coming off L key. We're going to track the 226 to Ventura. That's 1082. It's already placed in the VOR. Hang on a second, folks. All right. Off of Ventura, we're going to turn right 093, follow that track to Sadie, approximately 14.9 miles. Both of those, Ventura VOR and Sadie, at 250 knots. So it doesn't matter what altitude you're at, 250 knots for spacing into Los Angeles. If you don't know it, very, very busy airport. So from Sadie, 5 miles to Based. Based is an altitude restriction of 10,000 feet. Boom. So that's an easy one. Then we continue in on the 261 radial. Radials are out always on the from side. So continuing 081 heading. We'll go another 10 miles to Santa Monica. Over Santa Monica at or above 7,000. So this is where, for those of you who were here a little earlier, I said our only other altitude restriction is 7,000 to 10,000. Okay, come over this, and we'll fly outbound 070 heading, not course. So we'll fly the 070. Once we reach, we'll get to the approach plate, we'll make our turn for the runway. There is no transition for us off the Sadie. Well, there is, but I'm not going all the way out there. Okay, so here's the ILS for 24 left. Okay, again, there's our digital ATIS. Now, if we are able to, it'll be 133.8. Here's our different approaches, different headings, and all how you get them. Same with the tower, the north. We're on the north side, and the ground. We're on the north complex. Helicopters. Okay, there are a bunch of those flying around. Okay, localizer. We'll set 111.7, looking and listening for that identifier, India Hotel Quebec Bravo. Next up, our final approach course. What we intercept is 251. Now, I'm going to kind of scoot this up. I don't know if it'll, oh, it will, okay. Sati, right here, it's 8.3 miles out on the localizer. Need to be at 2,200 feet and on the glide slope. The decision altitude, decision height. Height is parentheses, bold is DA. 323 MSL. That's our altitude. That will be equivalent to 200 feet HEL. And then there's our airport elevation again and touchdown elevation. So where we touch down is 5 feet below. So we're kind of on a slight incline. In my mind, at least. Our minimum safes. Here's our missed approach. Kind of give you, move it up a little here. So we're going out to rafts. And there we'll hold. It looks like a direct entry, so we'll just start holding until ATS tells us what they want to do with us. We're not doing the RNAV GPS, radar required. If we do the circus, that's where all of that is, and that's a circus, because you're like 50 miles out. Okay, DME radar is required. You can read all of that lovely stuff there. The big thing we have to be focused on is we're on 2-4 left. The lights for 2-4 right are very close. Make sure you stay focused on the ones ahead of you. Okay, vertically. I'm guessing we're going to come in somewhere. Which one am I on here? I just got myself screwed up. I did. We're on the 2-4 left. Let's do the 2-4 right. My bad. Pulled the wrong chart up. Everything across the top. Dang it, it did it again. Stand by, folks. Technical difficulties on my part. Top row is still the same. Difference here, we're on 108.5. IOSS is the actual identifier. I'm glad I read that. It just clicked on me. 251 Kobe is our 2200 foot point. Folks, these are simultaneous next to each other. They don't do that there. They're going to simultaneous. They'll be on the 2.5s. Decision altitude's the same. Touchdown zone's it's a foot lower. And we go out the rafts just like the other one. Again, paying attention that we're talking the right runway. Going, these don't look right. I always try to come in between Mercy and Kobe. So we'll fly that 070 till we're at about that point to come right in on it and make a nice entry. Okay, and we want to be at or around 4,000 feet at Mercy, 2,200 feet at Kobe. That's an 8-mile difference, folks. And then from Kobe in on us will be probably 140. So as long as we maintain about a 750 foot per minute descent, it's 3 degrees. Take us 2 minutes, 45 seconds to touch to the missed approach point. Pappies are on the left side. We've got a full ALSIF 2 arrive, full stack. And then here's our minimums again. RVR of 18 or a half mile. If we have, okay, now if you notice, if we lose the touchdown in the ALS, everything goes up, comma, on the touchdown zone, so long as the RV is an RVR 18, so long as you have a flight director or autopilot or HUD to decision altitude. So long as you have one of those 3 items, flight director, autopilot, or HUD, you're good to an RVR of 18 to the runway. I am not 100% sure. I didn't remember seeing it. If there are Cat 2s and 3s for 2-4 right. Pretty sure there is, but again, I didn't see it. I didn't look for it. All right, so that takes care of this portion. Edsel is our next fix, followed by Edto, L key, and then we start the approach, folks. So we are right now at about 45 minutes out from Los Angeles, doing Mach 0.8, 37,000 feet, and should be looking for an on-time arrival. Let's take a look here. It looks like Los Angeles went down. Wow, look at all of that traffic in there too. I can't see that happening like that for very long. Tower's still there, but yeah. All right, so we're coming in. Take a look at our fuel. Getting me nervous. Now it's getting me nervous. So we will be there in about 40 minutes or so, folks. Now's a good time to grab that beverage, grab that popcorn or whatever you like to eat, as we will begin the arrival here in about 20 minutes. So, and if you want to put a prediction in, the exclamation mark, the word predict, put a space in the chat bar there and a negative number, and you'll be entered to see how close you get to what my landing will be like. I've already got mine in there. All right, so added a little bit of fuel to the tanks to make sure. And I've made a correction to SimBrief to hopefully build in more fuel. So when we fly this plane, so kind of pay attention to the others that are a little more critical. The easy ones to figure out are the Airbus and Boeing 737s and 67s, but the others get a little tricky in figuring out what their fuel burn should be. So all right, so let y'all get a look at her, even though there isn't much to see, being nighttime and all. But it is a full moon in the sim, so couldn't tell it though looking at the plane. But there it is. I think the full moon is a couple days from now, but still. The Sims usually put them on a little too early. Okay, let's see where we are. All right, we are Ed 2 and then Elke, and then we begin our countdown. We'll get, see if we can do that over here. No, we're not picking it up yet. All right, hang on a second. Get a course. Sade. All right, so we're looking at 046 inbound. Okay. All right, so we're now Edsel to Elke. Now I could put this, as a matter of fact, I need to. Let's go to our arrival. Enter. Enter. Coming in, see if it has, there's Elke. Enter. All right, so coming off, if we look at our flight plan now to go to Ventura, Sade, now it doesn't have vertical on here, folks, to LAX. Okay, so then I go up to approach, enter, ILS, 24 right, enter. Let me look at those real quick. I think Livin is on the south side. Oh, it's 22 miles out. Huh. Let me do a little more digging on that. I know I said we'd turn in at Mercy, but 22 miles out. At 6,000 feet. What the heck? Let's do it. Enter. Okay, so how this will work is we'll go to each, whoops, wrong way. Hit each of these. Then we'll go here. Okay, at vector, I'll drop down here or go to flight or a process and activate my approach. So we are 6 miles from Ed 2, then we're 50 miles from Elkey, and then we start the run in. So we are now programmed in the GPS as well as a backup. Okay, plain and simple. 10 seconds to a slight course correction to get to Elkey, and then we make the big turn to 47 degrees, tracking 46 up to Ventura. We probably will not pick it up here at Elkey, but we'll get it in as close as we can. At the 70-mile mark, I think I plotted. We'll set up for descending to 10,000 feet. Let me do a quick relook at that. Okay. Yeah, 73 miles out of Ventura. We'll start down to make the 10,000 foot mark at about 2,000 feet a minute, maintaining 0.80 or 280, and then slow to 250 before Ventura. All right, so we are just about raring and ready to get this in there. Uh-oh, we have 2 Oakland centers up. Let me make sure they're not playing with the international waters. Nope. All right, well, we'll just keep pressing in. Just about in Los Angeles territory. And go from there. If I ever turn those off. Kind of funny. Didn't have my window heat or pitot heat on. This would have been Microsoft FSX. Surprised I'd even have an airspeed reading. All right, folks, so we should be turning towards Ventura here in the next 15-20 minutes. And then about another 15 or so minutes, we'll start down. So again, now is a great time to grab that drink, hit the lavs. Flight attendants are making their last run at the cabin. And cleaning it up, getting it ready for our arrival into Los Angeles. Okay, 4 miles to... All right, we're coming on to Elke, turning 047 now. Making sure. There's the turn. Let's head over here, see how we're doing. We're not picking it up yet. And we expected that, folks. Okay, 6. And with that turn, folks, we're headed to Ventura now. If we're not picking it up by 70 on here, we will start our descent. So we got about 90 miles to go. Top of descent. Okay, so everything looks good here, folks. Big thing we're looking at is the altimeter. Currently METAR at 2994. Quick look at the latest Los Angeles ATIS. Oops, not Vegas. Close, but not close enough. They are calling on the ATIS overcast 4700, 2994, and gusty winds now. Okay. 2994. All right, so we're at 141 miles now. Also, our pointers here will come alive. One of them will. What do we got the other one set to? Let's see. It's 13.6, I believe, is Los Angeles. Yep. Let's bring that one up. That way we always know how far from the airport we are. Oh, Ventura's coming alive, it looks like. Okay, 50 miles from top of descent. Okay, let's get up here. Get the anti-ice on, because we're going to be coming through the clouds. That's Los Angeles, not Ventura. Ventura will be the skinny arrow. I've just realized that. So, all right, folks. Comments, love to hear them in the chat room. See if we can't get something going today. Got just about a half hour, 45 minutes to go here, folks. All right, at 100 miles, I'm going to set us to 10,000. And at 80 to 75, I will begin the descent. That's why it was off. Okay, so I want that to actually be we'll keep it on that. Okay. Can't even see the engines that well anymore, folks. All right. This is what I was worried about with Ventura. It wouldn't come alive in time. So, about 20 miles we should be in our descent. All right, let's go ahead and start dialing it down. All right, again, 250 by Ventura, so we're going to be ready with the speed brakes to help us slow down. My goal is to keep it 280-ish on the descent once we reach that from point 8. Let's look at my chart. All right, Clipper 2 descending to 10,000. All right, we're going to go ahead, kill the music now, and we're going to work our way into Los Angeles. We're going to stay on the GPS. I think Ventura has finally come alive. Let's find out. Wait, that's not Ventura. My bad. But yeah, it looks like it is alive now, and good for us to bring it in. If I so choose to switch to VOR flying at this point. Okay, we are reaching 280. I'm going to go ahead and pull back. Give us another kick in the vertical speed. Okay, we're just below 2,000 feet a minute. Or just above, about 21, 22. Kick it one more time. Should put us about 2,500. If it goes too much, I'm going to dead. Seatbelts are on. Let's go for brakes 3 and watch our airspeed. All right, folks, we are inbound Los Angeles. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Not bad on the speeds. Okay. Again, it's 10,000 by based. 2994. And unfortunately, unlike the 767, we don't have hotkeys, folks. We can click to sync the first officer, but we also don't have warning messages like the 727 has to alert us to that. Okay, so we're set for 200, 200, and all right, getting closer, good. All right, so again, if you want to put in and participate, exclamation mark, the word predict, a space and a negative number will get you in to see if you get close to how I land, because I'll be honest, I got mine in there. We'll see if I guess right. Nighttime is always difficult, folks. It's always, especially coming through the clouds. As long as the METARs match, we're good. It's when they don't and we gotta push it. Ugh, things get fun, as we saw at Midway last week or the week before. Okay, we're coming up on the turn. Okay, there's 21,000. Let's go ahead and begin slowing to 50. Sorry, folks, had to check. I didn't hear much. There we go. Okay, we're at 250. Usually there's an alert tone. All right, folks. Coming up on Sadie. Still 250 on our speed. Actually going a little slower. And not much. And then we're going to... ...7 miles to Sadie and then over to Based, which is only 5 miles. We're going to hit that at 10,000. Then drop to 7 and work our way into 2-4 left. Okay, now we got to get down here. Okay, we're making that turn to Based. 5-mile run. And we're on Santa Monica now. 10-8. Go ahead, bring the lights on so we don't forget. $7,000. Same thing, folks. Okay. What's up?
Starfleet 1701 on the Imran arrival, approaching Simon, approaching 13,000.
.5. Sorry, folks. Got a little quiet on you there. Okay. Switch. The heading. .51. We're going to come on down to 6,000 now. This can be gentle, folks. So only a couple of clicks. Because I'm also going to begin setting up for airspeeds and flaps and all of that good stuff. So 185, 1085, 251, set and set. Speed brakes up or down. We are currently 13 out. Think about Brook is where I'll turn in at. Oh, I have no idea where this guy is. He's going for the same runway. Let me see if dang it. Okay, time to make our turn. Los Angeles traffic, Clipper 2, approximately 25 miles east of the field, turning for Livin for the 24 right ILS approach.
Clipper 2, this is Starfleet 1701. We're 4 miles to Dala for the RNF Zulu 24 right.
That don't tell me nothing, guys. Copy, don't know where that is, sir. I'm getting ready to come over Livin, intercepting the localizer.
I get about 2 track miles.
I'm going to have to go back to heading because this is not matching up. Are we turning outbound? What the hell? What the heck is going on with my gauges? That's great. We flew right through it, and I have no idea where in referencing we are. The only bad thing about nighttime. Crap. May have to take over and get us figured out here.
Caution.
Okay. Is my gauge brown? Okay, I think I've got LAX. Problem is we're in the clouds. Somehow, some way, I ended up on this ILS. And Los Angeles traffic, Mercy, on 24 right for Clipper 2.
Clipper 2, 1701, you're about 8 miles behind me. Starfleet 1701 going for 24 right.
Say so. Clipper 2 copies. Really helped to come out of the clouds. Oh, nice rain. It never rains in Southern California, folks. All right. Clipper 2 has the runway in sight, fully established, 24 right. And Clipper 2 reporting Kobe, 10 miles, gear down, 24 right.
Light slow. 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 Light slow.
And 1701 is clear of 24 right.
Light slow.
Clipper
Light
2
slow.
copies.
Light slow. Light slow.
And C's
Light
give
slow.
me
Light slow.
500. 400.
If y'all don't know that, that's the Enterprise from
300.
Star Trek.
Minimums.
200.
Runway
100.
landing.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Los Angeles traffic, Clipper 2 is off 24 right at Alpha Alpha to Terminal 2. Alright folks, welcome into Los Angeles. Bit of a rough approach, but we were able to get under it and get in fairly decently, in my opinion. But you know, we had that little snafu where it started to break left on us instead of right. Don't know about that, what caused that, but hey, we're here. We're on our way to the terminal, and Terminal 2. I don't know where we'll park. We'll figure it out when we get there. But I hope y'all enjoyed looking at Sim Toolkit 256. I'll take it. Traffic-wise, let's zoom down, see where everyone's parking. Unfortunately, it's locked on where the airplane is. Now, one thing Sim Toolkit can do for you folks, say you come in here and a controller gives you taxi via this, that, and the other. You know, they're on the sides, you know, it says that, this, that, and the other. You can always come over here. Let me bring it up. Sim Toolkit. And if you zoom in tight enough, you can actually see the runways, taxiways. Some airports will even give it to you by letters, numbers, however they're set up. So you can now follow yourself in. But I do want to thank you all for being a part of this rather long stream. Almost 6 hours at this point. And hopefully get a little bit of a look of it here. So there you go, folks. Los Angeles and XP12 at night. I guess I could bring the flaps up. I am looking forward to winter flying, just to see if how slick things will get. I'm going to go ahead and get up on that upper taxiway there. Get up on Delta here. Kind of curious just what LAX looked like back in the time of 707s, you know. I know not every terminal, matter of fact, probably not a lot of these terminals were here. But I'd be curious to always see what these places were like back then. Alright, we are coming up to Terminal 2. What side to park on? Park on this side. Actually, we'll just take 26 right here. Looks nice, looks easy. Hey! Whoa, something's not right here, folks. The jetways are right. Good job, X-Plane, with this. Thought I've flown this one before. X-Plane on Beta 11. Good deal. Look at that. The jetways are right. We'll go ahead and just stick it right there. How about that? Unless they're not going to work. That would be my next. All right. In we go. Beacons on. Keep the logo on. Turn the wing light off. All right. Pitot heat's off. All right, folks. Just like starting, guess what? We got to do the same thing to shut down in essence. First thing, let's get the equipment hooked up. Okay, we've got everything off to this point. Head over here, turn on the power and air. Now we can actually shut them all down. Before, I would just go 1, 2, 4, then let them hook up, and then we could kill 3. But I got ahead of myself. You know what I also got ahead of? I never closed the door, I don't think, behind me. Let's find out. Nope. Cool. Alright, so flight is finade. Let's see if the jetway... Oh, that was not the view I wanted. Jetway is moving. How about that, folks? Well, Beta 11, I'm a little impressed. There we go. We're getting closer to that general release. At least they're working. Okay, you can kill the bell, though, at any time. We'll do it that way. And let's go ahead and get that beacon off. There we go. And they can start moving about. All right, folks, there you have it. Great run into LAX. 6 hours, 2 minutes of streaming for a flight, as you can see on the screen, lasting 5 hours, 16 minutes. Well, while we have this screen up, I am going to first take care of business with Guardian Air. High rep has been filed. Even Guardian Air is behaving as we hope. Look at that. They recorded us at 157 on that landing and accepted it. Hallelujah. All right. So while we're looking at Sim Toolkit, I'm going to go ahead and click into the flight. Click View Details. View Full Landing Report. All right. This is pretty
LA traffic, Walkerson 1085, about
Stand
50
by.
mile final, Alice 24 right, LA.
There we go. That should help. All right. Actually, I did it from the tower. It looked better. There we go. All right, sorry about that, folks. Just getting the local traffic taken care of here. I haven't turned it off yet. I will. I'm going to attempt something here in a minute, folks. I have never tried this with X-Plane. Be it 11, be it 12, but that's to come. Okay, so we've got 24 right. We've got our heading of 248. The ideal was 251. That was, I think, because I was correcting for the crosswind. But what you're going to get from here, this line here, let me kind of zoom in. This is your threshold. This is a blast pad. You're not supposed to taxi in it, land in it, take off in it in a real world. I don't care what you do in the sim, folks. Each of these hashes are 500 feet down the runway, so your ideal landing spot visually is these big pads 1,000 feet down. Pappies are sitting right here. hence why that's the ideal. So every 500 feet. Now, this would technically, put it in big air quotes, the end of the landing zone. Okay. Now, most runways that you land on with these aircraft, that's really not a big problem because you got 10 to 12,000 feet. Only got 8,900 feet here, folks. You might want to think about it, and that's why I gave it a little bit more reverse thrust. We're also a little off the center line, but not by much. So let's look at our numbers. 134 touchdown, not bad. Vertical speed by Sim Toolkit, 256 as we see there. We were, let's see, where is the off the center line? Why am I not all of a sudden being dumb? And oh, there it is. We were right of the center line by about 14 feet. Now that can get dicey, folks, with these bigger aircraft. So trying to be on that center line is actually pretty good. So, so overall, this was actually a pretty good landing. A little squirrely, yes, on my part, but overall, not a bad landing indeed. All right, so let me get back to OBS and remove that. Let's come off LA. Two reasons. One, they don't like it when you're going back and forth online. And two, it'll kick you off no matter what. So we disconnect. I go ahead and just close it. Now, making sure nothing else is recording here. Let's see what Volanta did while we're at it. 159. So a really good landing. Winds were 170 at 7, according to Volanta. All right, so away with that. All right, now as promised, we're going to try something here, folks. I can't guarantee it'll work. One thing I do want to try, let's turn the wipers on. Not bad, not great, not bad. And I think in this one, I do have to reclose the door. Okay, get back. Well, we'll leave it on. All right, so. First thing I want to do, I don't think it's going to let me, but you never know. This part, I expected it to. What we're going to try now. Nope, there goes crash to desktop. Oh, well. Well, folks, what I was trying to do was get us daylight so we could see the landing. Instead, we got to crash to desktop. Oh, well. Hey. Better than watching a blank plane coming in at night, trying to figure out and learn from it. All right, here comes the crash report. So hang on a second. Okay, well, folks, I do want to apologize. You know, that's what we get in a beta. We're testing things out. So that was a fun flight. I hope you all enjoyed. I want to thank, I saw somebody hiding in their Duluth fly as our moderator. Thank you for being there and catching anything that I might have missed. And I'd like to thank Steve 10163 for the raid and all the raiders that came with him. Thank you so much. Folks, it's been a pleasure. Squawk Mode Hoonigan, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Inspiring you to fly. Thank you also for the follow today. We're going to wrap it up here. Let me get some music going. And I hope you all have a great day. Stay safe, and we'll see you again, let's see, Wednesday. God bless you all. Have a great day. Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Believe also in me, Jesus Christ. Good day, folks.